Good morning, guys. Happy Friday. Brokerages are down. The crash is here. That seems a bit over the top. The market is down on Trump having a tiny tariff fit overnight. It's 9:41. Down to Vega neutral, hopefully. Congratulations on your trip, Max. That's correct, Fluffy. Hmm, a bit. Anything since this 35% Canada thing? I think he wrote the letter to Canada this morning. I think more broadly, he's just escalating the trade war. So yeah, new grammatical error memes for the weekend. AES. ASTS really doesn't want to stay down. They have satellites for mobile, like mobile satellites. Tens of them. It hasn't gone below the confirm yet. It doesn't matter if it's above risk. Dear Carney, I wrote you about tariffs, but you still ain't calling. Left my cell, my pager, and the White House phone at the bottom. Beautiful, moisture. Beautiful. Do you have a price target for NXT to the downside? No, I don't know. It's probably like some support around like 61.15. Where do I send my invoice to Schwab for missed alpha? I think it's www.schwab.com/get fucked. I might be wrong though. Confirmed? That's what I have in front of me. Beautiful. We're getting quite a bit below the market maker's expected move. But there's a downside gap under like 62.31 that maybe bears could push for. Mm, mm, mm. Look back to 62.50. All set up for an exciting day. US TOS users are back. So you just missed all the downside and upside. Sawtooth, Delta, and Gamma on GSX are giving me the ick. Yeah, I hear you. Puts at 55, capitulating. There's not very many puts at 55. There's a lot of bot puts at 50. No, they're not. Nice, Edwin. We're still supposed to get a EU letter today, right? Recession of July 11th over. One could only hope. Mm. Mm. Haven't even tested the gap. Some bot puts coming in at 62.60 here also. No, he's gonna send Russia a very strongly worded letter on Monday. Nice call on Tesla. Thanks. What are the rest of them doing? I haven't even had time to look at zero DTs this morning. Hertz looks bullish, but it might be like longer term bullish. Interesting. Down a little today. Not sure why it rocketed so hard yesterday. Fucking sweet bounce off of GN though. Core Weave's down. NXT's down. Alright. Leave my Core Weave alone. So buy that crap. Hmm. Is MSTR riding the BTC wave? Yes, indubitably. Stick above 6250 for the rest of the day? Probably not. There's resistance here already. And then it does appear at least there's a little bit of call buying, but not too much. Trump said Powell's doing a terrible job a few minutes ago. China's foreign minister Wang Yi said China and Canada can be partners. Hmm. The irony is the bad job that Powell has done is entirely different to the one Trump thinks it is. Yes. Well, I don't know if that's necessarily ironic. It's just, alright, maybe that's a little ironic. It's like rain on your wedding day. I was gonna say that it highlights the ineptitude of our administration, um, but that in and of itself is also irony. all our trading partners, not just one. Do you have any games, fun picks on your phone? No, I don't think so. That's a you problem. We have a trade surplus with Brazil. Doesn't matter. 50% tariffs. They punished their president for trying to take over the country and for committing treason. Can you imagine a country doing that? How dare they? Are we caring about sedition now? We care if other countries punish it. This timeline. Yeah, yeah. You're being mean to my friend, so here are some tariffs. Yeah. ASTS up bigly. Okay. Was it above 46? Okay, it's fine. Very close to 46, though. No, it's just at 46. These are fucking cool. It's tits. There it goes. It's cooling off a little. That was a lot of volume. Who the fuck is buying this piece of shit? Apparently, the admin's letters to Big Tech instructing them to ignore laws about TikTok violate even constraints that King George had, i.e., you can't exempt your friends from the King's law, but Trump's doing exactly that. I mean, I hope it doesn't goon to 50. I sold calls on it. It could goon to 48, though. Mm, 46 should be some resistance. Is Trump saying bullish shit? Trump asked if he'll fire Powell. No. He can't. He said that Canada called after the letter was sent. I thought he was done talking. He said he's going to speak with Brazil at some point. There's currently bot calls out to 65. Some bot calls in the money. Few bot puts at 60 and 65 coming in. Still a shitload of bot puts at 62.50. I saw a story of a Canadian who lived in the States for 43 years and never got his citizenship. They held him at the border and they won't let him back into the US. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. He would have gotten held at the border no matter what. Like under any administration. What a great call on Dollar Tree. Do you think 110 is about the top? Mm, let's see. Probably. Fairly close to it, at least. Yeah, there's not a lot of upside room from here. Probably, probably net off and pull back a little. Maybe, maybe back to like 108 or 104. It does look very peaked. Although on the technical side of things, it could continue higher. So a soft pullback could very well, and it did get a pullback in the pre-market. But like a soft pullback here could definitely set up a move higher, especially if people position to the upside. So if I saw support at like 104, um, that that would probably be another signal for additional upside. All the high beta moving. Bulls are running out of shit to buy. I want to know if who lives in the USA from age 3 till age 46 and never wants to get citizenship. Well, that guy. Where was a Dollar Tree play? I think it was something he asked me about on stream, if I remember correctly. It was a while ago. Huh. Some more calls being bought at 65. How far could we drop if we actually reject? Uh, like if the call positioning closes up, could probably pull back as far as like 45 or 40. Getting above 50 is pretty stabilizing. There's a little bit of resistance at 60, bigger resistance at 70. Right now, still a lot of bot calls coming in. There's a few bot puts still, but not very many. And there's still a lot of bot puts at 62.50. But I don't really think we're close enough to them for them to make that much of a difference yet. Why would we reject? Trump releases the letter for EU tariffs, and they're higher than expected. There's currently no call buying out at 75. 65 seems to be about the top. And some of the in the money calls are sort of taking profit. Dev rocket ship is all functional. Oh shit. Sick. Ooh, that's nice. Mm. We got some support at 60. Some of the 55 calls took profit. We're getting some more sold puts, 55, 60, and 65. Isn't the market pricing in no tariffs? Yes. We still don't have them. The White House posted an AI picture of Trump as Superman. I saw that. It's very classy. Hmm. Can you make SPX go back down? Yeah, sure. After the like 62.65s take profit. How you doing, crypto? Oh, fun. Nice, dude. Any update on sector stuff and GS? That's down the road. Me too. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Nito a shout out for hooking you up. Rims and Tims, you son of a bitch. Did you bail on Pigeon Wheel? You motherfucker. Alright, yep. He needs to be banned. That's it. It's been a long run, Rims. Hi, Felicia. Hmm. That reminds me, I still have to ban Cobra. But not from Dillionaire, from Gamma Strike. What? What do you mean, what? First, you should send them letters. Oh, that's a good point. Hmm. Okay, guys, the 60 calls took profits, but not the 55 or 50 calls yet. Although some puts are coming in at 60. Bought. Bought puts. And also the 65 calls haven't taken profits, which is weird. That makes me think we're going to bounce and retest 65 like 50 more times. Dear Rims and Tims, I hope this letter finds you well. Your updated tariff rate is 69%. Thank you for your attention to this matter. As per my email. Ooh, data. Yeah, Datadog could be interesting. Hmm. Can I choose neither? No one in the pickle jar can hide from me. Is Goondor a play on the words for Gondor or Condor? Um, I don't have an answer to that. Hmm. Some of the 65s falling off a little bit, but still not too much. They don't seem to have given up entirely. I'll say possibly some support as we get closer to the Delta flip. Gonorrhea, actually. Tesla pumpy finished. Um, yeah, it looks like it. Sold off pretty hard on the breakout of 310. There's a resistance on Tesla above 310. It was there yesterday too. Pretty big resistance. Which also means Tesla could technically fall back to like 300 again. It does look like there's a little bit of support at 305, but not that much. Especially if it retests here. How many 6180p do you have? Zero? Why? Do you have 6180ps? That seems awfully far out of the money. Do you have a lot of theta on them? I'm looking at GS and thinking 75 is the target for today. I don't know. Bulls just gave up on all their positioning, so they're going to have to try to pump again, and they probably don't want to sell too many puts here. I will say they haven't closed the 65 calls yet, which is weird because they're definitely a bit underwater. No, 75 is not too high. There's just resistance. I've been not wanting to sell puts. Gamma's kind of low here. It's risky to sell them at spot. No, not a lot of in the money call support, so very close to where delta flips negative, which it makes selling calls a little bit or selling puts a little bit dangerous. Usually bulls are going to be more confident selling puts if they have more of a spread on like DFGF. Or if implied volatility spikes, which, we would need that move down to like 45 or 40. If we got that, I feel like they'd be very interested in selling puts. They were earlier when we tested like what was it, like 37 or whatever. Yeah. Still holding 50 for now. I feel like if bulls really wanted it, they could push all the way out to like 62, 90, 95, maybe even 6,300. There's actually not that many sold calls near spot either. Most of them are like 75 and up, and the majority of them are 62, 90 and up. There's some 6,300 sold puts from yesterday that are still out there. Well, those haven't closed yet. Hertz going up. Yeah, Hertz look good. It's bullish consolidation. Did it break out? Ooh, it did. Nice. Go look at its chart. Atomic will be known for Fubo. I will be known for Big Beautiful Coal. Both of them my stock picks. You will be known for all of them. Okay, as long as I have my place in the halls of glory. Hal broke out too. Nice. How's Nerve doing? I haven't looked at it for a couple days. Ooh, nice. The bounce continues. I remember someone saying it was a bad pick. I just don't have the upstream capacity that Hal and Schlumberger have. I know who it was. I noticed that Rims has both a discount and is still not re-pigeonwhaled. Poor. But I made him so much money. I over leveraged and lost it. That's your fault. That's not my. Why am I getting punished? Because you did something stupid. This is 2023 all over again. EPM 2.0. Exactly. How could you do this to me? You know how you guys blame me for your like trading mistakes? I'm gonna start doing that with no, well, some of you. I'm gonna start blaming you guys when you lose money. I'm gonna act like it's a personal attack on me. You already do that? Yeah, I know. But I'm gonna do it more. Like harder. I blame Biden for my losses. Ooh, that's smart. How dare you hold us accountable for our own actions, Gherk? You'll be receiving a letter in 2 weeks. I'm prepared for that. Where did the Bulls go? They just keep taking profits on their 65s that they left out of the money. Well, not profits, I guess. Losses. Because they bought them when the market was higher. Need new Bulls. That's true. There's still bot puts at 50, like a lot of them that have been just sitting there all day. If those go in the money, it could be fun. Could test like 40 or 35. I missed the last 2 weeks, and now I can't remember my login. So all of my YouTube is my kids' Labubu videos. Anyways, are we bullish? Not particularly. Do you have Gamma Max on GME? It is 2501, and GME doesn't look bullish at all. Gross. Is this market ever going to correct? I can't convince myself to buy equities at these prices. You just have to buy the right equities. There's a lot of laggards. If the taco trade goes through, breadth will have to pick up. And there's whole sectors that have like underperformed this rally by quite a lot. So I would disagree that there's nothing to buy here. It's just not necessarily a good time to buy it. Why is my desk up so high? That's too low. What's that? That's better. It's like industrial services have done really poorly. Consumer non-durables haven't done well. Producer manufacturing would probably pull back. Retail trade, I think, aside from Amazon, has done pretty poorly. MasterCard, Visa, not doing too hot. So there's a lot of like Lily, I think, has not been doing too great either. Whoa, you can move the desk? You don't have pre-programmed desk heights? I do, but I don't like any of them, and I don't know how to change them. Oh wait, no, this is one of them. Okay, never mind. This one is actually correct. I did program one of them. The other three I have not. I don't know what those are. What is two? Two is the same as one. So it's three and four. And now I'm feeling like it's just 0.1 too high. That's better. You would sit on stacks of cash. No, I have a $2,000 office chair. It's not the same, but it's comfier. Hey, it's sometimes 1,500. Not with tariffs, it's not. Speaking of which, I need another one, but I want to get the leather this time. I assume you're ready to hook me up. Can I get a hat? For what? Like, you want to buy a hat? You could buy a hat when we have them for sale. Are you gonna auction off the old chair for charity? Huh. I suppose I could. What kind of charity? You mean a goon throne for one of you guys? You know, buying my chair won't make you a better trader, right? Some of us don't have the right type of head for hats. What the fuck does that mean? If it reaches six figures, you have to throw in your underwear. Sure. You haven't signed back up for Pigeon Whale, despite receiving your discount from me too. I don't want to know about you and your husband's weird sex shit, Maeve. I get enough of that from JFresh. You throw it in your underwear at $100,000. I'll pay $999,000 and not a dollar more. Sold. Look at that. I'll send you the chair this week. You can just Ko-Fi me the money. I'll take the 3% hit from PayPal. You have until the end of the day. What color do you want the leather? Doesn't matter. Saddle. Is there any way to get the plastic in, like, baby blue? Bartle's crib is already filled to the brim with HR complaints from your harassment on Dork last night. Listen, the law clearly states that we have to have somebody in human resources, and Bartle is that somebody. You're just jealous because he has equity. I feel like you're gonna have to reach out to our dealer and then go through the special department. It's gonna be pricey. I just don't want white plastic. I don't like it. It fucking fucks up like the feng shui of my room. Is there white leather? Is white leather an option? Hard to keep clean. Is it? It's leather. How would it be hard to keep clean? It does get grayish over the years, which... What if I provide them with pelts? I want to get white leather and then get the Pi-Fi logo, like, rhinestoned or, like, just stitched with gold into the headrest. Then I can leave the stream, but leave the... Like, when I leave the stream, I just leave the camera on. I'm a professional to do it. Like a gold pickle? Sure, yeah. Thanks, Manga Man. Kind of a shit bounce. Some profit taking on the 55 puts. In the 50s. Calls getting bought at 60. Well, maybe it'll pick up. Not a lot of calls at 60 yet. Like 100. 200. Okay, that's more. Ooh, lots and lots of bot calls. Holy shit. 60, 65, 70, 75. There's only like 1,000 calls left at 65 to rescue. I don't think that's what this is. I think it's just a fucking pump on the bounce. Pushing for the breakout. Trump 1119. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. I don't even think that's accurate. Yeah, it's hotter in Moscow and Cairo right now than it is in the US. Although Florida's pretty ridiculous. Is this trading day not going to be worth it? There's a distinct chance that we get stuck between like 65 and 40, and that range continues to narrow throughout the day. Djibouti's up there too. The hottest temperature on record, though, I think, is still Death Valley. Almost like the market's waiting on that EU letter. Of course it is. What image would Trump smoking cigars complete? Like Biff from Back to the Future. Oh, God. 80s Tycoon is already based off of Trump. Hmm. Premium collapsed. Interesting. Hmm. Supposed Elon Trump summit this weekend? Wait, what? Is Trump getting shook by all the Epstein accusations? I don't even know what it means. Ooh, Lula said, I will fight the U.S. tariffs on Brazil not to take effect, but if the U.S. tariffs take effect, we will reciprocate. Going after Brazil is stupid. If we lose China, we need Brazil. Nice. So if I want cheap shit from Amazon, I need to move to Brazil. If anything, we should be working to drive a wedge in bricks, but that would take certain qualities we don't currently have, like diplomacy. Are you still holding Monster? No. Why? What's it doing? I got a tech job at Coinbase and can't trade as much. I hate working. I'm sorry to hear that. How's Seattle this time of year? Wait, are you in Seattle? Extra dumpy this week? Yeah, I see that. Celsius is dumping a little bit too. That I still have. That I haven't gotten rid of yet. How long are you holding Celsius? I don't know. I bought in like sub 25, so I don't I don't know if I'll have like a good reason to sell it anytime soon. Maybe if it like went back under 40 or something, I might. Even then, I'm not sure I'd get rid of it. It's a good cost basis. So who holds its tongue Celsius? Burkina Faso. I see it. Yeah. Well done. Full circle. Fubu had a 1.68 million share candle. Cool. Bot calls at 60. Not very many at 65 now. Looks like bulls might be giving up on the bounce a little bit. Hmm. Hmm. This is dull. Smoother path to the upside if we break out though. Up to like 75 or 80. Than on the prior push up. Brazil won't lower its head to anyone. Nice. It could have been a nice spread off the DF bounce, but I was too scared. GF bounce too. Okay, Brazil. Play NQ with two contracts. You're just trying to feel something. NQ's a little riskier right now. Wow, I guess it always is, but extra. I've seen Brazilian politics. It's wild. Yet, somehow, still better than us. Yes, you could have made money if you bought the out of the money option earlier. But yeah, this calls price up. The risk of the out of the money options is more apparent. Just by Fubo, you'll thank me in 10 years. Fubo being around in 10 years is a big. That's a big bet. Do, do, do. Little bit of resistance here at 65 again. New intraday high. It would be wild if TSMC or ARM bought Wolf. Seems unlikely. I feel like at that point you would just have Disney stock. Is this the breakout? It's the start of one. Getting some bot calls to the upside, 70, 75. Good job, Ling Ling. Big planet gravity kicking in? A little bit. What's planet gravity? Watch the round table from last night. Profits need to be taken here? Well, there's 65s that were bought earlier that might take some profits here. But there's out of the money call buying also coming in, and slightly more support at the 60 strike than there was before. So I guess it depends. It's definitely a resistance. Thanks, Rare. Yeah, but there's more support at 60 now than there was. So I mean, just get support at 60 and then push up to 70. If you see that the current environment is favoring sell side, would that imply that end of day long straddles would be less than favorable? More favorable if implied volatility is below historic vol on the time frame that you're buying them in. Because then you're buying the straddle at a discount relative to its potential performance. You cannot. Ew, those are gross. They make me sick to my stomach. That's correct, me too. Did you guys like the stream? Suspicious. 1/3 of you? Hmm. Ooh, yeah. So I started YouTube lets me like put community clips up now. So when you guys clip parts of the stream, your clips will be added to like the homepage of the channel. Ooh, supported 60 failed a little. Well, that's not a good sign. Too much profit taking? Maybe not. We'll see. Back above 60. No, no, no. That's not what I said. Me too. Calm your tits. I keep getting faked out today. I need to take a break. It seems like maybe you keep buying at resistance or support. Like you're trying to play continuations, and this is a bad day to do that because realized vol is crushing and gamma's really high. Careful of that. It's a very common mistake. Ooh, yeah. Profit taking on the 65 is a bit rough. No, no like bot puts coming in here. There's still some bot puts at 60 from earlier, but not a lot of like new bot puts coming in yet. Maybe a couple at 65. There's still bot calls at 65. I think maybe the profit taking was worse out of the money. Also, profit taking on the 55 call was pretty rough. Remember, this doesn't really fail 60 unless it goes under like 62.70-ish. 62.57, 70, something. 52, 62.5708. So we could still get a bounce here back above 60. What should be played then? I mean, this environment favors like sell side options. Selling puts at support and calls it heavy resistance. I guess more specifically, like at the money puts at support and then out of the money calls at resistance. Also, butterflies can perform pretty well when realized vol's getting crushed. Buy side's not great. I mean, it's fine on futures, but price just kind of jerks around a lot. And spreads on options widen out really quickly because they're so oversold. So it's hard to like snatch profit before the like price of the option mean reverts. This info would be great on Pickles Picks. It's there. And you just I can send you a book about reading comprehension. Krypton Phonics is a really good start. That's how Popcorn Trader learned to read. It was like the first sentence in the like summary of positioning for today in Pickles Picks. Implied move range narrowing into the highest gamma day of the week could mean that trading ranges remain very tight tomorrow. That's all there. Can you send me a book about waking up on time? I don't have one of those. I've IV is low. Why would you want to go long options if variance is going like variance is going down? Why would you want to buy options on lower variance? Long options benefit from lots of variance. This happens every year during allergy season. You guys bitch about it, and then, after allergy season, my schedule gets more back on track. It's been 4 fucking years of this. You guys should be used to it by now. Stop bitching about me not being up there, up in the, 9:30 to hold your hand. I'm here every fucking day for 4 years. I can't stop being allergic. When isn't it allergy season? Oh, August, September, and then late October through March. Don't listen to them, Glorp. I'm not. Yeah, the prices on long options are cheap, but the ranges are worse, and they're harder to capture profit on. It's not like there's not opportunity there. There is, but it's more difficult. And we expect timeliness. It's the least you can do in return for the $0 we're paying. You should read the docs anyway. Having more information can only make you better at this. Until the decision paralysis sets in. How do I make money off you if you're not a sub? Think I give a shit about the 14 cents of ad revenue I make off of your yearly viewing? I don't even trade the same shit you guys do. And I don't trade, I don't even trade mid caps. If you think the pickle jar is having any effect on large cap companies, it's fucking not. That shit's hedged off by the MM before you even place your order. I don't make 40K a day selling theta. That's fucking ridiculous. Maybe long straddles if we get a 4% overnight move, but not selling theta. 40K a month? Can. If we get a low and a high test, I could do maybe 10K in a day. At least with the risk I have right now. I could come close to it. But I would probably end up hedging off a bunch of that, so maybe 5 or 6. Yeah, but then I would be outside of my risk parameters and at greater risk of getting run over by the steamroller. 5K a day is $1 million a year, minus taxes. You still pay taxes. You pay your accountant to pay less taxes. So instead of like 40%, you might get away with like, 28. You don't pay in advance, you just file at the end of the quarter. Still a bunch of bot puts at 50. Bot calls at 65 have fallen off pretty hard. 55 calls are selling off a bit. There's still sold puts under 50. And some sold puts at 55 and 65 as well. Ah. The Department of Energy is providing 1 million barrels of crude to Exxon from the SPR. Crude's up like 2.75% today. Well, thank you for their campaign contributions. It's only like $68 million. It's not that big a deal. Just a little penny in their pockets, you know? Still no fucking EU letter, huh? I wonder if that's gonna freak people out going into the weekend. Stuck. Is price just not moving, or did this freeze? Oh, it froze. Weird. Both, actually? Oh, okay. Gamma strike. Is Demonstrate not available in the UK? No, it is. Yeah, it might be down. Oh, it's coming back up, I think. I signed up 5 minutes ago. Kiss of death. Thanks, man. Thanks for ruining it. There's a few bot calls here. 60, 65. I don't know. Someone seems to be buying a bunch of 60 to 80 calls. Bot puts coming in at 55. Bot calls at 55, 60. Looks like GS is back up. Boop. Sort of. Yep, back down again. Interesting. Still bot calls at 60. Bot puts coming in to the upside 65, 70, 75. Sold calls coming in at 70 and 75. A little bit of profit taking on the 60. This might fail again. Looks like out of the money puts are being bought up. So closing some of the short puts 45, 40. Still selling puts at 50 though. Uh, it doesn't look like the 55 calls bought on the upside move have closed yet. Pulling back to the 55 gap. We'll just switch it back to the WeBull for now. Lower high. Yeah. Yeah, I know about the gateway. Thank you, Pete. Bot puts coming in at 55.60. Bot calls at 55.60. So a bit contested here. And we're back. When end of day pump? I don't know, like maybe end of day, you think? That's usually where I look for them. It's been a while since I've thunk. You forgot to finish the sentence with thanks, Gamma Strike. I can just tell you right now, inflation's expected to move up next week. If it doesn't, chances of Fed cuts are going to move up. If it moves up more than expected, then chances of Fed cuts are going to go lower. All data is bullish until it isn't. Actually, most of the economic data is surprised to the downside over the last like 2 months. There's a significant lack of demand for real estate right now. And that lack of, like, you're talking about an environment where there's stagflation, not just like inflation in a growth cycle. And stagflation is very bad for housing. If you sell a zero due to your spread, what kind of profit do you look to take? I don't know, 30, 50%'s nice. Give me a sec. I'm back. If you saw, did I answer that? Spread? We fail? No, not yet. I really hope after like 6 days of this, you guys are just perfectly prepared to trade in a $5 to $8 range. I feel like the EU tariffs will drop after market close. I mean, if we don't have a tariff letter before close, I'm gonna get maybe some like long VX to carry over the weekend. The market is waiting for a highly anticipated Baker's Hugh oil rigs count. I love that everything's just super disjointed right now. Like dollar down, yields largely up, oil up, equities up, yields up, equities up. I don't know what Gamma Max on AMD is. Probably like 40 something, 50 something. It's already at Gamma Max. Mm, it could move out a little higher, maybe. Maybe even like 50. Although that would probably snap back pretty quickly. How's the wall? The fuck? Weird. What's going wrong? Give me the. There's a bit of incentive to sell some like 30 and 60-day calls here. So if that vol gets crushed out, it's gonna pull back from these highs. Oh, that's really aggravating the shit out of me. Why is it doing that? Whatever. Figure it out later. Commodities cray cray, silver, and oil. Nat gas isn't doing much. Agricultural commodities are kind of boring. Silver, I think, is just catching up with the move up in copper. Mm-hmm. How low would a bad EU letter take us from here? We could fall back to Vega neutral, which we basically almost tested in the overnight session. I think ES fell to like, what was it, 62.77 this morning or some shit. We're following the technicals very closely here as far as like a distributive price action goes. Like if you look at this, we're we're kind of distributing out and staying under like that prior ascending trend. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got a test back at like, I don't know, 62, 60, 70, somewhere in here. Maybe even the long term trend. Ah, fucked that up, didn't I? So fucking gotta extend this. It's the back half of the week, though. I mean, if we're gonna see some weakness, this will actually be a weird place to see it, given that we have SLD middle of next week. Generally, like pre-SLD is kind of bullish, but we're already so far up that it's like, where the fuck do you go from here? Like, do they need to pump to improve margin at this point? I don't think so. So it may be that there's just like no SLD pump, but also like sell off into SLD could be weak. What I'm really interested in actually is if gamma neutral gets up to Vega neutral. I think that would be spicy as fuck. Because right now, like the reason being is right now, if we like a failure of Vega neutral, there's still like this buffer of positive gamma. Um between, 62.27 and 61.87. But as that collapses, if that continue like if GN continues to move up, that positive gamma buffer um just kind of evaporate. And then as the market makers hedge becomes like concave, it's going to become like concave. Well, the returns, market makers' returns become more concave on a failure of VN. If there's no gamma to support that, then they will become concave really really rapidly, which would mean like buying of long vol. Um, which could like that could mean like a big exciting downside. Maybe short lived, but very could be very rapid. So I've kind of been watching that a lot. Um, I still think Vega neutral on the monthly is kind of irrelevant, but um, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Or just it would just keep selling off. right? Because that like that put delta, like if we go if we go and look out here, like if this starts selling off, that rise in delta is pretty persistent all the way, like way out of the money. Like the mean reversion between like delta on puts and calls would be back at like 7.3% below spot, which would be a fairly significant correction. I mean, that's like that would be like a pullback to like actually delta neutral, like for like 5,800. That'd be wild. They're not irrelevant, but they're dynamic, and there's other things that affect them. I think the problem is that you're trying to look at the neutrals as being an indicator of price action instead of looking at them for what they represent. Like we're above VN right now, but Vega exposure beyond Vega exposure is just very low. So yeah, the MM's hedge is becoming more convex and like they are positively exposed to Vega, but there's just not a lot of it. It's not like they're positively exposed to massive amounts of Vega because if you look at all of our put selling, it's very far out of the money. This put selling is not close to spot. If this were close to spot, the effects of Vega neutral would be far more pronounced. But so far, most of the put selling has been very far out of the money. Like when we've gone out here and looked, I mean, well, we're not getting a lot of put selling yesterday at all, but if we look at this, right, like if we drop down to like 6,200, like IV on this expiration goes up pretty rapidly, and the further we go down, the greater that increase in near term IV, where those puts start to pick up, right? So if we actually pulled back to like 5,800, which is ridiculous, but near term IV would go up a ton. But even on a small drop, IV goes up very quickly, like 61.70, 75, where the gap is. You're, so they're not even selling anything long dated. That's the other thing. That's why there's also not a lot of effect from Vega neutral on the AM contract because they're not really selling that very hard either. Like if we look out here, the the majority of like put selling is like down here. Like what expiry is that? That's like fucking 2026 and down at like sub 2400. Otherwise, they're really not selling a lot of puts on the SPX monthly contract at all. Almost like they don't want to expose themselves to that. Stop what? Haven't tuned in a bit. We've gone 3D with GS. Yeah, you should have those charts. We're gonna try to push the new volatility page to everyone this week, and then beta users should be getting a new feature announced like this coming roundtable. Then like the next one, we'll have a Oh, no. We're pushing you guys the Greeks by expiration, which is gonna, while you have it, is gonna get merged into Greeks by strike. So just be able to alternate between the two. It's just that tool needs to be rebuilt a little bit, and it's a lot of work. Yeah. So you guys will be getting a new feature like, might be a little bit more accelerated. So you guys should be getting Greeks by expiry by Monday. Everybody's going to be getting the new vol page hopefully by Monday. And then next roundtable, there'll be a new feature that'll be going out to beta users. Yeah. Any overnight data is always going to be available at the bottom tier. I think the only thing where that isn't true is macro, and that's because macro's actually like the only page that we've built for the middle tier that doesn't exist yet. But otherwise, yeah, like overnight shit goes to everyone. Thanks, Ghost. It's good to see you, man. This isn't a bot called rally. It's a 0 DTE sold put rally. Does this push have legs to 75? I don't know. A lot of the 65 calls have taken profits. There's a bit of buying at 70. There's some out of the money sold puts, but not very many. There's bought puts currently at 65 and 60. And some in the money bought calls at 60 and 55 that have not taken profit. So I would say that all of the 65 calls from earlier are gone now. So unless those lever back up or we get more buying at 70, 75, probably not. Support is a little stronger at 50 now. So sold puts have moved up slightly. But 40 is still the first big wall for sold puts. Meanwhile, to the upside, 75 is now a very big wall of sold calls. So that has shifted. Sold calls are being sold closer to spot. Which means that like total upside like potential range from the day has moved much closer to spot, but the downside range hasn't really changed very much. Less likely to drop on profit taking? No, more likely to bounce back on profit taking. Because when the vol ticks up on those puts and the value, like the premium on them increases, they're more likely to be sold aggressively. Basically, we're in it because realized vol is dwindling, right? Realized vol is falling off a cliff. Um, you get a situation where everyone just sells everything. And this is a little biased, right? So these sold puts slightly greater than the sold calls. And that kind of puts like a upward edge on price. And when you hit walls of sold calls where you have resistance, that weighting of the puts against the calls drives price up through them. And you'll get like a little bit of range where you squeeze off and then shit trades flat again. So you kind of get like, you know, this and then breakout and then this. And that can keep happening as sold puts increase, right? You can get like another breakout and so on. It makes price action very like stair steppy. But you know, you also have like peaks of sold puts and sold calls, which narrow throughout the day. So those peaks continue to get closer to spot. And so, you know, you get price action that really trims down its potential range into end of day. Because every upside, there is incentive to sell calls. And every downside, there's incentive to sell puts. And the only way this really breaks is if something unexpected happens and news either increases volatility and sold puts get squeezed, or vol falls and sold calls get squeezed. And the longer you trade to the upside flat, the greater the chance that the sold calls will begin to outweigh the sold puts. So as the sold calls turn slightly greater, that's backwards, slightly greater than sold puts, which happens on, you know, upside resistance test because these are more incentivized than these. Then, you know, and buying to close sold puts is also incentivized, then, you know, the dealer hedge shifts and price can fall. But then when price falls, people want to sell puts again. So you get sell puts. And then price rises, but maybe like, you know, to the middle of that range. We saw this at the end of the day yesterday, too. It's very boring, but it's also very liquid, and it's very easy to trade. I mean, there's a lot of yield seeking going on, and much bigger participants than retail. So that means there's a lot of extra yield that can be grabbed. Like yesterday, there was very little risk of any news coming out. Today, there's a little bit of risk with the EU letter. Not yet being released because we don't know. We don't know what tariffs on the EU are going to look like, and the market, I think, is factoring that in by people not selling puts as close to spot as they normally do. So it's a little more dangerous, but I mean, for the last like 4 days, every time the price goes down, I just sell puts, and it's been working out great. I don't know where you sold your calls. They're for next week, 45.50. I might sell a couple more to average it, but I don't like the bounce. It's 46.75 right now. Yeah, I mean it's still fine, but hmm. I mean, given where volatility is on ASTS, I would expect more calls to just be sold up here because call sellers have the advantage in terms of IV being significantly higher than HV in the same time frames. Probably longer dated sold calls up here though. 45.50 next week. Yeah, ASTS, not SPX. I have some 6,300 sold calls that expire today. I hope they're safe. Those are just naked though, not spreads. I sold Cheeto some 6180 puts. Take a look at my debit spread. Would out of the money debit spreads end of day perform okay with 2 days off theta? Not specifically today, but in general, a cheaper way to get SPX exposure. They're fine. I mean, if they go in the money, but your discount is very slim. Like so, at end of day, if you're getting like the out of the money debit spread, unless you're getting like at spot, right, where you have like maybe this is like $1.25 and this is like $2.35 or something like that. Like that might be worth it. But if it's a wider spread than that, like this contract's gonna be like 15 cents. And then this also gets worse the closer to close you get. This will get to like 35 cents, but this will stay high. So, I mean, you're getting like a slight discount to reduce like your buy-in cost, but you're not getting much of one. So, I mean, it's up to you. Lots of people do that as a way to reduce like the capital requirement, but I mean, obviously, as those spreads widen, it just gets worse and worse to get the debit spread into end of day. So, like 30 minutes from close, they're a little bit better. 15 minutes from close, they're much worse. 5 minutes from close, they're fucking. You might as well just buy the contract and flip a coin because you're getting like a 5 cent discount by selling the option. But if you get a $10 move in the last 5 minutes, you've lost out on, potentially $5 of upside for a 5 cent discount. So the risk reward starts to get very imbalanced very quickly. That's intentional, especially if you're using the cob. If you're not using the cob and you can sell naked options, you can do a little bit better than that. You want to buy end of day 2 DTE debit spreads? Well, I mean, then you just the thing about debit spreads is you're very specifically playing ranges. So if the market is closing like at resistance, and you think the market is going to go above that resistance over X number of days, then a debit spread can be a good way to capture a move to like the next level. So sometimes I'll use debit spreads when we test like 660 XXX or XX00, like these levels, like the 100 levels. Like I'll buy when we test this level to the upside, I will buy the I'll buy the 3 DTE, sometimes 2, depends on how much momentum into the test. 2 to 3 DTE, like 60x 00 spread, like the 25 wide spread here. And then I'll also get the opposite spread, like call spread, and then I'll do the put spread, like that. And then this one I'll usually do like 1 DTE. So if it fails the test, I can close this, open more of these. If it breaks out, I can, just sit in these and cover the cost of this. And that's a good way to like play those ranges, because those tend to be like, there tends to be a lot of repositioning around major strikes like that. Right, you get to the upside of that strike, everyone takes profit, so you usually fall to the downside of it a little bit. And then people reposition and buy back and push back to like a new high. And so if I get the longer dated debit spread here and the short dated spread here, I can profit off of the entirety of that expected price action. And then if it totally breaks out or totally fails, I still make my money back. COB equals complex order book, for those that don't know. Yes. Groove at 130, by the way, if you were thinking of taking a position. No. I don't think I was. It did fall off pretty nicely today, though. Down 5%. It was, in fact, bearish. I can't fathom how you manage all this complex stuff while streaming. It's crazy. It's habit. Like, the stuff like that trade, that's just habit. Like, I just do it when we test those levels. Takes me like 10 seconds, 15 seconds. You know when I stop talking completely and I look like I'm just staring off into oblivion? That's when I'm doing stuff. Exactly. This is so fucking boring. Bot puts coming in 70, 65, 60. I think we might fail this test. Looks like the 60 calls retreated. There's still some in the money calls at 55, protecting massive piles of sold puts at 50. And there are less bought puts at 50 than there were earlier after we tested the low. A bunch of them closed. But there are still some there. Yeah, this doesn't look great unless bulls lever up here. So maybe like a 62.88 breakdown to confirm a loss of 65, and that could give us a pullback towards like 55 or 50. Not a lot of range though. I mean, I don't know if it's worth playing. Maybe within the money options. I can show you how that works. Like, well, if we pretend 65 at spot is like a major resistance or support, which it's not, but basically you would enter the spot contract with like a 20-25 spread, right? And you give yourself like 3 DTE, and then you would do this to the downside, buy the put. These would be like 1 DT, wow, like that. Right. And so what you're doing is you're playing the rejection, but over multiple days instead of like intraday. You could technically do this intraday on the rejection of a major level too, but so, if basically you're hoping it rejects initially. So your initial profile looks like this, right? So like say it rejected off 65, pulls back to 40, right? You would close. Um so that would be like well, some improvement. I guess it'd be like this would go from net 16 up to whatever, like net, what is it, 400 up to 5. So this would probably go to like $3. This would go to like $13, something like that. And then you would close this, right? So, oh, wait, no, better close 3. Right, and then you would be exposed here to the upside, but the contract value would be lower, right? And so you could add leverage to this position at the cheaper price. So you get like 20, but 2 of them, and then you'd be selling this at like 3 or about 4, I guess. 2 DTE, maybe it'd be like 650, and then you'd be selling 2 of those. Right, and then you're positively exposed to the upside move when it goes back to retest like the 65 level, right? And so you're one day in, so 24 hours have passed, and now you can take profit on the upside move here. And then if it breaks through the resistance, you just continue to profit all the way out into expiration. Nice, dude. I think we talked about gray media last week. I don't remember who brought it up, but it did look kind of bullish. That's not more exciting here. It's the same shit. It's just like the price action's the same. Top 3 conspiracy theories you believe. Is it okay if I made 2 of them up myself? I think Patton Oswalt killed his wife. Beyonce killed Left Eye Lopez. And then Herbert Hoover probably killed JFK. Why the Patton one? Because he looks like a murderer. She was getting more famous than him. Easy to do. Then he went and married someone that looked just like her, which is even creepier. Who killed Pac and Biggie? Oh, Diddy and Rick Ross. No, not Rick Ross. The other guy, the Death Row Records guy. Suge Knight. Yeah, Suge. That one's like not. Is there even like a question on that one? I feel like those were easy. It's not a conspiracy if it's blatantly obvious. It's like Trump being on the Epstein list. That's not a conspiracy. I have a new conspiracy that I'm working on. And that's that Elon stole a bunch of information about people in our government so he could blackmail them as he forms his own political party and put himself in power. Which is kind of like what Herbert Hoover did for a very long period of time. Of course. Grim too. I don't know what kind of underwear Elon's wearing. Probably. No, but I think he did it so like I also think he like helped Trump rig the election and he's going to use that blackmail in order to get immunity and testify against Trump if Trump works against him. Like an Uno reverse card. Like he could just come out and be like, "Yeah, I totally rigged the election, but with immunity." Because too many people watched Game of Thrones. Elon has enough money to buy enough security that it'll be hard to throw him out of a window. Well, I mean, why wouldn't you even if there was no ill intention, why wouldn't you just get the insurance while you had access to the data? Like it would be stupid not to. Well, Elon's Elon's like vision for the future is very different than Trump's. They're both bad for us, but they're very different than Trump's. No, Elon's like into like he wants to build like the Star Trek universe, like a techno utopia. Whereas Thiel wants like the technocracy, and they're kind of at odds on their like the end point and their political like the political outcomes that they want. What's your take on the conspiracy? Musk and Thiel altered the voting machine data for Trump. It's probably true. I mean, statistically, it seems accurate. They've done like multiple independent analyses on both like the voting districts in New York and the voting districts in Pennsylvania that were like 100% Trump. And there's like a 99.9% chance that there was voter fraud. So shocker, right? Also, wasn't there like that dude, like the Swedish, was he like Swedish or Finnish, like hacker who like posted like the live stream the other day of him just like hacking a US voting machine and changing like the vote counts for any one candidate, changing the candidates, putting new candidates in that didn't exist before. It seemed pretty fucking easy. This is, yeah, this guy did it. There's lots and lots of things pointing to machine rigging in the weeks leading up to November. Do you mean this?
Did that, and then he journeyed to Pennsylvania, where he spent like a month and a half campaigning for me in Pennsylvania. And he's a popular guy, and he was very effective.
Oh, wait, hold on.
And
I'm gonna turn that off.
they can do it, and the U.S. can't do it except for him, and it's pretty amazing. But he did that, and then he journeyed to Pennsylvania, where he spent like a month and a half campaigning for me in Pennsylvania. And he's a popular guy, and he was very effective. And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide. So it was pretty good. It was pretty good. So thank you to Elon. And his sons did that.
You mean like that? That kind of confirmation? Yeah, like him telling everybody immediately. That was a good clue. I was asked about my conspiracy theories. But if you're Elon and you did that, that's leverage, right? So, not those ones, Glorp. We want theories that aren't true. Well, it's not true because it's not proven. It's a theory. Like, whales can walk on land during a full moon. I mean, whales could technically walk on land, they just have very little legs. They just need a missile to ride on. Exactly. There's a guy who does like PhD research at the University of Michigan on voter fraud, or has a PhD in like voter fraud and government corruption. And he did an independent analysis of the voting districts in Pennsylvania and found a very high statistical likelihood that there was in fact fraud in the vote counts. He wrote a paper about it too. Um, I can probably find the link. Here's the current working paper. They've already done statistical analysis of the 2020 election that showed that there was no fraud. But if you were going to commit fraud in an election, what better way than to bitch about it for 4 years before you do it? That's called a false flag. Oh, is the math lying to you, Bob? That's Bob's flag. Bob's getting triggered. Do you need a safe place? How's their bias? If one proves statistically that there was fraud and the other proves statistically that there wasn't. Are you doing whataboutism, Bob? Nice. Trump Trump would have never committed election fraud if Biden was president. I'm showing you a statistical study. You're just saying bullshit. Trump, I know he's a felon. How am I a felon? To be a felon, you have to be convicted in a court of law by a jury of your peers. Neither Gherk or Trump are cats. Bob's very triggered. How do they get the peers in the courtroom by the seaside? It's okay, he's filling out his ICE report form right now. Is that a thing? When can we start reporting people to the Gestapo? And how many Redditors have reported Ken Griffin already? One sec. Who's the head of ICE? Like, if they're wearing a mask, how do you know? Let's hear. Mm, sure. Into what, though? Yeah, I guess. Why not? But it's just bot puts, sold calls to the upside. Sold puts, bot calls to the downside. It's not a lot of places to go. I don't think anyone cares about the budget. Mm. 1 second. Is it really legalism if there's no established law of the land that prevents free speech? Trump gonna get rid of the First Amendment? No, he's just gonna subvert it in some way. They'll make a executive order that saying anything against the administration is terrorism or something. Blue Pickle, you don't understand. The deck is stacked against him. I'm working on a speech as a service startup, where you fly to a country, pick a different country, and then you say what you want. That used to just be West Germany. Hard to get over there, though. Had to be very sneaky. But the difference is, like, this reality is made up by facts, and yours is just made up. Is there a benefit to buying IBIT BTC instead of just buying BTC? I don't think so. I could tell you. Give me a second. Slightly. It is a little less correlated with downside moves, but still very highly correlated. Bob, if you need somewhere to cry about it, you can always go to the political shitposting channel. Well, see, that's not a cool thing to say. We still going long VX over the weekends. I might tonight. Depends on if we get the EU letter before close or not. I timed him out for 24 hours. It didn't ban him. And just on the YouTube. I'm sure he can conduct himself with aplomb on the Discord. If no letter, then you're gonna go long VX. Yeah, like a little bit. Isn't New York a no carry state? What? No? There's lots of guns in New York. It's just hard to get concealed carry in the city. You gotta know someone. Or pay a lot of money to get it. New York also doesn't have universal firearms registration, so it's very hard to track the number of guns registered in the US, or, well, in New York. I would imagine it's fairly low on the legal side, but probably lots of illegal firearms. What's the difference between SPXW and SPX? SPX is the AM contract. SPXW is the all the other ones. Nice taco squire. Big resistance here or more at 70, 75. Still at 65. Is it a synthetic short at 65? Synthetic long at 55? Liberty launchers, hissing pythons, pew pews, aka boomsticks. Ooh, slightly higher high? Is that the same high? Slightly higher high. Is this the squeezy moment? Maybe we have enough momentum to break 60, 68. Or this just fails and more puts get bought again. Still big resistance at 75. There's some bot pits at 60. And a few bot pits at 65. How does it look for the next 2 weeks? It's got some support at 300. If it loses that, bearish. If it gets back out above like 310 and holds, it might be able to build some positioning out to like 320, 25. I would say probably super exposed to any Chinese tariff information. And any random news about Trump and Elon's relationship. Tesla's PR team's working really hard on leaning into their energy provider business model. Yeah, we could get another sell off from here, depending on if we squeeze out any of the sold calls. Um, right now, we're not doing a lot of that, but if we were to, I would say we would probably push out to like 70 or 75, and then net, and then probably pull back to like 65. Like, so slightly, we would probably shift the range slightly higher. Failure here though, probably just back to like 60 or 55 again. We didn't break out above 65, so still pinned to it a bit. It doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like a lot of bulls are coming in to support the upside move, at least not yet. We just got some bot puts at 70 and 75 that came in and more sold calls. There's still bot puts down at 60. No, the letters aren't trade deals. Letters seem like trade ultimatums. Yeah, they're definitely not trade deals. They're just tariffs, which are currently being priced in as not happening. Man, our balance sheet as a government was so much better in the Great Depression. Incorrect. Trump said to consider the letters a deal. Are, are they? They're unilateral though. They're not agreed to by the other country. What do you use to see what options float gamma strike? You think you're so smart with your mastery of English? Yeah? I mean, you're not I do. You're right. These are the kind of thought crimes they'll get you for. I hope you like Ecuador. I'll just offer to manage his BTC portfolio. I'll get out of prison in no time. What should I eat for dinner? Hmm. Hmm. No, not it's too warm for ramen. It's not a good time of year. Oh, god damn it. I don't know, just eat some grilled chicken and put a piece of lettuce on it. Cold ramen. That's what I had for dinner yesterday. Well, you should have said FODMAP foods. It's like, what do I make, but I can't eat anything that tastes good? I really want some, like, you know what I want? I want Hawaiian barbecue. That sounds fucking delicious. Like some fucking just a shitload of teriyaki chicken thighs. Plate lunch, yeah. And a nap. Well, only after the glucose spike. Do a porterhouse in the sous vide with a side of broccoli and potatoes. Okay. Roasted potatoes? No, L&L sucks. They don't have any Hawaiian food in New York. There's no like Hawaiian barbecue here. At least not that I'm aware of, but now I'm gonna look it up. Holy shit, there's an L&L here in Brooklyn? What the fuck? Oh, God, I love this place. L&L's not as good. What's this place? Aloha Alley. That looks way better. Oh, they got Loco Moco? Look who needs to spend some time in Brooklyn. It's me. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, they got short ribs too. Fuck. Yeah, that doesn't look as good. Oh my god, there's like one that's not even that far from me. When the fuck did this open? There is an L&L and it is close by. I don't like L&L though. Some of them are good. I'm not gonna dox myself. Any more than I have like 500 other times. Hmm. Alright, well, I know what I'm eating today. I've been waiting at the industry, hoping to see Gherk because he mentioned he likes the pizza there one time. I don't go to the one in Manhattan, just FYI. That one sucks. I'm right behind you, Potato Tom. Plate lunch should fit well with your one giant meal per day, MO. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna get short ribs and chicken thighs and 3 scoops of rice, 2 scoops of mac. Maybe I'll even do a spam masubi for nostalgia. And yeah, just that extra day's bump of sodium. It does sound really good. I just drooled. The last time I looked for Hawaiian barbecue in New York City, there was none, and now there's like 8 places. We're like some weeks worth of sodium. Not my problem. That's my kidneys problem. And I have enough money that I could get like an extra one. What, thighs? What? Why? I don't get it. I've seen what you've done to yours, Flama Blanca. Okay, noted. I'll see you there. Mm, nice. Gex at 60 turning negative. What mean? In the money profit taking? Well, it's not turning negative, it's just slightly. There's two things that are occurring there. One, Gamma's falling off because it's away from spot as time passes. Two, there's a little bit of in the money profit taking. Lower highs on the consolidation here, but still need to get a lower low. Healthcare is a flex in America. I'm gonna do what Dave did and take the wait, Dave, what about the new one? Did you see the new drug? There's a new drug for weight loss. It's like a triple antagonist. Oh snap. That's I'm just gonna take the shit that Dave took and drop all my COVID weight. It just tells your brain you don't have a stomach anymore. That's not my problem. Fly up. Retatratide. I can just make it myself at home. I don't need to wait for the FDA trials. Oh, okay, we'll do. I would never do that, DDGJ Dave. Sounds suspiciously close to retardertide. It's a GLP-1. It's a dual GLP-1 GIP. Wait, and glucagon antagonist. Stop talking in Tungus. Hmm. This stuff sounds too good to be true. Who's making it? Is it like Lily? It's gotta be Lily, right? So it doesn't. Not only does it show improvements in weight loss over the two currently available drugs, but it also improves blood sugar levels, reduces blood pressure, improves lipid profiles, and addresses liver fat. Yeah, it looks like you can buy the research chemical just online. Nice. That's fucking wild. Where the fuck can I get bacteria static water? Oh. Huh. We should have a weight loss contest where we are only allowed to take prescription drugs. No exercise allowed at all. Just really stick it to the people that work hard for their figure. You can only stand up 3 times a day to go to the bathroom. That's it. You could also just cover yourself up in composting enzymes, so that way if you die while doing it, you decompose faster than everyone else and you win. I can't tell you how good running feels, and I'm 205 instead of 260. My knees don't hurt. It's weird, and I'm running faster than I did the last time I was at this weight 8 years ago. I have a prescription for terzepatide, I think. Like I could go take it. Just seems like a lot of work. Use it? It's sick. I'm gonna scare people with my skinny face. I hated on them for a long time, but it's legit. Mm. How do you feel about kidney damage? Or do you think that's more a byproduct of taking it too long? Fat filter? I didn't think about that. You have to drink water. Well, I do that anyway. That's what this is for. For every 1K you lose, you do one push up. Pickle jar would be ripped. You mean, or they would just do one push up a week. Did you stick to the diet, or did you just eat whatever you wanted and then a bunch of fiber? Ha! One push up every 2 weeks. Sorry, I forgot you were on bi weekly. Just like body weight squats? It's good for circulation. I should do that. I'm doing squats for you. See, I'm fat, but I have amazing cholesterol and blood pressure. Like the cholesterol of like a 23-year-old pescatarian. It must be all the expensive food I eat. Maybe that's the secret. Just less processed food. Yeah, vampire. I don't like ever, I almost never drink. Gherkin on that Mediterranean diet. I do drink an excessive amount of olive oil every day. Yeah, but I'm stressed about being not poor. My stress hasn't gone down. That's still high as a kite. Oh no, you have too much money to manage. Yeah, exactly, Jason. At the point in my life where I would have been less stressed, I just grabbed 300 poor people to stress me out all the time. So instead of just worrying about losing my own money, I gotta worry about everyone losing money. 399, whatever, same thing. It says 401. You stay because you love us. Sure. Whoa! What's with all the likes? Was this you, need to? Did you do this? That's that's greater than 50%. Is this everyone just getting excited about me taking GLP-1 inhibitors? I could just spend 8 hours a day mewing on screen. How hard are you supposed to do it? Do it. You'd probably make more money. I know. I would, let's be honest, I would make more money talking about any subject on the internet that didn't involve math. The pickle jar is gonna start looks maxing. Yeah. Okay. We'll get you a hairpiece, Cobra, don't worry. And then you can just grab that. Are you actually getting GLP-1? Thinking about it. I don't want to be fat, but I also don't want to do anything to stop being fat. So it seems like the perfect solution. There's homeless rednecks that have 5 times the viewers you do. Wait, are you trying to tell me Farmville's stealing my audience? American Dream. This is so flat. Yeah, it's very boring. At least we could talk about other fun things. You know what I think? I think all the pushback against, I don't know if I said this, but I'm pretty sure all the pushback against like the GLP-1 drugs, which are clearly amazing, like risk reward wise for people that are just fat, is that there's actually people out there who eat food that doesn't taste good all day, and then they go to the gym and they work out on restricted calories really hard, and then they go home and they do that every single day in order to not be fat, and they're just jealous. The story I'm about to DM you is fucking wild. What's up, Cobra? You're gonna make some enemies today. Yeah, 10 people have already left. If I don't get exercise, I get sad. I used to get like that. And then I just didn't exercise for 2 years. And now the thought of exercising makes me sad. My problem is like I want to just do like 20 minutes of cardio a day and then nothing more. But I clearly have an obsessive disorder of some sort with everything that I do. And so if I start doing that, then I'll start going to the gym for like an hour a day, and then I'll start going to the gym for like 2 hours a day, and then I just know what's gonna happen, and I don't have time for that. And then it'll be like 4 days a week, and then 5 days a week, and then 6 days a week, and I'm like, oh, I could do like a 6.5 day. My buddies were getting a theory that Powell could cut and maybe the BOJ could hike to deal with the rice inflation, resulting in pressure on the carry trade. Wait, that would. No? Huh? I used to do hot yoga. It was very refreshing. My wife has banned me from hot yoga. If you guys haven't done hot yoga, you're missing out. No, not the butts. Trump's live? Is he? Where? What's he talking about?
From one another, and not from anywhere else. So thank you, Austin. Thanks to everybody who's here. We're going to rebuild. We're going to work together with the government, state, local, and federal. But importantly, the philanthropy and the support from the community and the people who love this place. We're going to rebuild, and we're going to be better than ever. But right now, we keep grieving and putting our arms around everybody and loving one another while we continue to do this. So thank you, and God bless you. Thanks, Austin.
Is this it?
I'd now like to welcome Dr. Chris Avery, Chairman of the Board of James Avery Company.
This doesn't seem like it at all. Where is it? That's because everything's a disaster site with Spaceman. But is he at like a town hall right now? Has anybody asked Caroline Levitt about Epstein yet? I don't want to miss that. Her brain's gonna break a little bit. It's gonna be funny to watch. He's in Texas for the flood. Well, he's in Texas after the flood. Let's not use words that are too strong on the action side. Putin announced total annexation of Ukraine. Not that anybody listened to him, but he did say it. Ooh, Goolsby said new tariff threats could delay rate cuts, per the Wall Street Journal. Shocker. God damn it, me too. So trying to be the news guy. Supposedly, Trump's gonna write Putin like a strongly worded letter. There's actually there's like a little press thing about it. Hold on. Damn it. I can't find it. There was such a good meme. It's like Trump sitting at his desk writing like Mrs. Donald Putin. Miss Donald Putin. Mrs. Vladimir Donald Putin. He'll bail on rate cuts. He'll bail on tariffs to get the rate cut he wants. Probably. But then wait, imagine this. Imagine he bails on tariffs to get the rate cuts, and then he doesn't get them. Oh, he'd be so angry. Then he can't fire JPOW. That's not how it works. My cannon? That's different. We'll just declare J-Pound not a citizen. Loophole. That's the poophole loophole. That's an insane story, but it does sound real. I can never heard the word loophole without completing the phrase thus. Same. I read it already. I'm a quick reader. Must be nice. Did you see the Epstein video news? No. What was it? There is no EU letter yet. You can't put it in chat because you can't post links to fucking YouTube. Goolsby's going off right now. Being very, very uncertain.
Yeah, yep. I'm about to. He needs to be plugged in. Yep.
Oh, the metadata showed that the raw footage was edited by Adobe Premiere Pro. This is fucking priceless. Oh man, that is so guilty looking. Here.
John, ready? Okay.
Yep, I'll do a quick mic check here. Talk for about 30 seconds, let everybody get their level set. This will be a mic check. Mic check 1, 2, just making sure I'm getting nods from the back and that you guys are happy and appreciate that. Thanks for the teamwork, thumbs up. Thanks a lot. Hey, mic check 1, 2, yeah, just check a level here. And
Dirk would be so
make
proud
sure
of a
everything's good
government
with,
event
the
doing a
feeds
mic
that are going
check.
everywhere. And I'll just keep going and give you about 30 seconds here of a mic check.
That guy's
1, 2,
eyebrows
1, 2,
scare
mic
me.
check. Hey, 1, yep, you're happy? Okay, well, thanks so much, everybody.
Doctrine exculpatory evidence. Yep, the usual. That is Dork. Dork's not in Texas right now. Glorp DM, I'm coming. Hold on. Yay! Nice. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, do we get to watch Christine Nome try to talk through her lips? It's actually an a-hole transplant. She's wearing a light summer tactical outfit. Bongino considering resigning from the FBI. Well, he wasn't qualified to do the job anyway, right? So, what was that? What the fuck? Another flood. Oh, it's back. Oh my god, if Pam Bondi died during that 5 seconds of screen blackout, shit's gonna get wild. They missed out on an opportunity to pump the market 50 bips by making that sign say Texas stunk. I just need to build a house on a raft. Like water plane, but water house. They already have those in like the Pacific Northwest. They're like boats, but they have houses on top of them. Houseboats. Yeah. I watched Waterworld for the first time last night. It's the same genre as Idiocracy. Like $1 million plus for a house on water that you have to pick barnacles off of every week. My libertarian uncle lived in a boat. Very narrow, though. That's true. I'm not talking about Oregon. You know, need to for an oceanic otter. You live awfully close to a river. And I want to know, is the secret that you're actually a river otter? And you've been lying about your lineage. That's what happened to Nixon when he fractured his base, as he got impeached. They all turned on him. Dirk visits my hometown every few years. He can attest to my marine heritage. How many times was Nixon on the Epstein plane? I don't know. Holy shit, this is boring. I would think like 60. Like 63. Or 62 would be the most. I actually 67 or 63. At least currently, I think those would be the most likely closing prices.
That turtleneck with the plaid coat is the Secretary of Agriculture for Providence. Okay. She had the hat on earlier.
I saw Nitu in the Detroit River. He's full of shit. Detroit has a river? Why are there two of each flag? The more flags you have, the more patriotic it is. Ooh, bunch of bot pets. 70, 60, 50. Kind of all coming in at once. What if he doesn't show up? Like, he's not actually here. Has anyone considered that? He's just asleep in Florida. Hertz went up a little bit earlier today. I don't know what's going on. It's not supposed to, like, moon or anything. It just looked bullish this morning. Looks like it pulled back. Hit an intraday high of, like, 850. There's some resistance up there. Ooh, ASTS is coming back down. Nice. Perfect. There's nothing I love more than failed bullish breakouts into more bullish breakout. It'll start after 4 if it's bad for stocks. Well, it's not like he's gonna release the EU tariff letter at his fucking Texas flood convention. I'm glad we had money to make these table claws and not keep FEMA afloat. Nice, animal. No, I'm not going all in on Wolf. I just said it was a good thing. Ooh, nice. Under 60. Wow, we're really just doing like the exact same thing we did yesterday, huh? So 6,200 end of day? Not unless he's writing the EU letter right now. Does the president get a trailer when he goes to things like this? Like, you know how movie stars get trailers on set? Or does he just have to, like, sit in his limo? That was like half an hour ago, Pepe. No, Bolani. God damn it. What happened? There's still downside support at 50 and 45. Well, that is a big fucking upside, man. I'm really glad to hear it. I have to tell you the bad news. Kind of pales in comparison. Part of the deal. Oh, look, a hard bounce back to 60. How exciting. I need a hard bounce to 75. Why are you buying 75s? I said 70 was like resistance. You're betting... You're betting against me? Wow. That hurts. It was from before. When? You might get your wish. We could test 75. It's gonna be really hard to get above it. I've been here all day. I showed up early. Ish. It's that bounce you mentioned earlier. Yeah, following the drop I also mentioned earlier. Oh, no worries. I'm betting there's bullish news over the weekend. Why? Because why not? What if there's bearish news, but we still just go up? I feel like that makes more sense. Call Fidelity and make them give you hundreds of free trades. I'm betting on that too. I have no proof. You don't need any proof. They have the proof. They have to log all your trades. It's part of their requirements. It doesn't matter if you have proof. Just call and bitch. You'll get free stuff. If you get someone cool on the options desk, they might credit you back some of your lost money. You just have to Karen them real hard.
over to the seat? Yeah. Are we sure that it's coming from that side? Oh, okay. Looks like there's some people kind of moving around on that kind of. Yeah, I've been rolling continuously for a while. I've got like 8 hours of record time, so I think we'll make it. Sweet.
Huh. Not a 6260 put sold there. Still looks like 65 is a bit of resistance there. Powell thinking about resigning. Where? I thought Powell told someone today that he had no intention of resigning at all. From Plute? Who gives a shit what Plute says? Hmm. The market's not going to like the independence of the Fed being tampered with.
Sorry, I was. Oh no, I was okay. I was from a different question. I'm sorry. Different question. I'm sorry. I tried to watch it. I'm so sorry.
Isn't Plute the guy that used to make people beg him for $25 for groceries on X? Yep, same guy. You know what else sounds good, Gherkin, to go with your plate lunch? Onigiri. Ooh, I want the fried ones though. Or like the grilled ones. How's Plute succeeding? He's just a grifter. Spoiled shithead that doesn't know how to run his business. So his family kicked him out of it. So he took a bunch of his grandpa, who was successful's money, and donated it to Trump so he could get some irrelevant position in a fucking branch of the government that they're going to try to privatize the fuck out of. I'm not jealous at all. Why would I want to be a short, like, little pesky fuck that looks like 20-year-old Joe Pesci? I think you might be projecting. I thought you were 9 inches tall, but 3 feet wide.
Have the extra AC cable. Do you? Extra AC?
An extra AC cable?
Yeah, I do have it, but if I have to wrap up quickly, I don't want to use it like a truck.
I don't have one here.
There's still resistance at 65.
AC power. You have a cable.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't want to leave it. That's why I want to. I have the but I think I should be good with the battery, but I see like battery, I'm sorry, the battery from the TBU is getting on. TBU is 100% full on, but the external battery for TBU is almost down. But I still have the two big batteries for the camera, and I still have 1.5, so it should be good.
You don't need to shoot the whole thing. You can shoot it as more like
I need it all.
yeah, let me know if there's an emergency.
Is this fucking starting or what? Everyone's so quiet. Thanks, Milky Possum. Big Bird's a liberal. Total U.S. market cap to GDP is currently at 208%. No, a whistleblower on Thursday leaked emails and text messages between government officials as they plotted out lies to tell courts in order to bring back people they had wrongfully deported. The whistleblower, Erez Ravuni, was fired from his position as deputy director at the Department of Justice after he told a district judge that Abrego Garcia's deportation was a mistake due to an administrative error. The emails corroborate Ravuni's claims that his boss, Emil Bove, told those working on the case that they would need to say "fuck you" to the courts in order to implement Trump's immigration enforcement plan. Quote, while preparing for the case, Ravuni sought guidance from his superiors on what claims he could make based on DOJ evidence. He was instructed to tell the judge Abrego Garcia was a verified member of the gang MS-13 and that he wasn't in any immediate danger while detained at the Salvadorian mega prison CCOT, although the DOJ had no evidence to support either claim. Ravuni was also warned not to verbally mention that the deportation was a mistake, as the admission was buried at the bottom of a previous court filing. It's all falling apart, isn't it? Text messages, email exchanges, and documents show that the Department of Justice misled a federal court and disregarded a court order. Mr. Bove spearheaded this effort, which demanded attorneys violate their ethical duty of candor to the court. U.S. Senator Dick Durbin, Democrat, Illinois, said in a statement, "This is a declaration of defiance of our courts at the highest level of our government." Quick, arrest those people. Oh, wait. Please stop winning. Oh my fucking god, is a source US FHFA. Yeah, yeah. The source of the article is Bill Pulte himself. My favorite part is that he released it as an official statement. This is gonna end in civil war. Possibly. The fuck was that? Why are we in Texas? Trump's supposed to speak, but so far has been avoiding saying anything. XAI seeks $200 billion valuation at next fundraising. Seems bullish for Tesla. I should have kept my soul calls open. You couldn't... Wait, hold on. You didn't get a chance to just close them for like 90% at the test at 50? Ooh, 13 minutes to save those out of the money calls. Can he do it? I wonder if he suggests opening an agency to help with emergency aid vis-a-vis the federal government for natural disasters.
We just were making a little tour of the area. It's hard to believe the devastation. Trees that are 100 years old just ripped out of the ground. I've never seen anything like it.
There's 200 dead people.
Gone to a lot of hurricanes, a lot of tornadoes. I've never seen anything like this. This is a bad one. We just visited with incredible families that, I mean, look, they've been devastated. They lost their child or two children.
Why is he always so worried about the geography?
It's hard to believe what, I've never seen anything like it. A little narrow river that becomes a monster, and that's what happened. But the First Lady and I are here in Texas to express the love and support and
Get better headphones.
anguish of our entire nation in the aftermath of this really horrific and deadly flood. Nobody has any idea how and why a thing like this could happen. It's, and by the way, I have to tell you, the people here, first responders, the sheriff's office, all of the police, law enforcement, they've done an unbelievable job.
Do you have a problem with wearing headphones? I'm in my house. I'm wearing headphones.
Has been so professional, from the governor to the senators, all the way down.
Oh, they fixed
to the
his
local
audio.
people on the site that really are a little bit used to this. But they've been looking at this for years.
He's very
in
upset
much
about the
smaller
dead
doses,
Russian
in
soldiers.
much smaller doses. 12 years ago, and then in 1932, they had a real bad one, but that bad one was half of what this was. But I was speaking to some of the great people in the town, and they said,
Ivod's
no,
got it
every year we
figured
get a little
out.
bit, but it was like a little bit of a flood, right? You were telling me, and it was just a flood. We got used to it. We had people, and we took care of it. And this year, it was like, what's going on, right? So all across the country, Americans' hearts are shattered. I had to be here as president. First Lady wanted to be here. All the beautiful souls, and we're filled with grief and devastation. It's the loss of life. And unfortunately, they're still looking. They're still looking. There's a lot of missing children, possibly, mostly, we don't know. But they're still looking. And they'll find everybody, but it's not an easy thing. You would think it would be easy. It's very tough. I looked at what they're going through, what they have to do. But dozens and dozens of precious children.
Wait, where are you hiding?
From us with such, I looked at the pictures of almost all of them, and it's terrible. Following a torrential downpour, the worst that anyone's ever seen. Guadalupe River rose 26
The
feet.
Democrats never would have
Less than 45 minutes.
changed the weather
I've
like
even heard
this
it went
when
well
Biden was
over 30
president.
feet. There's one story that one person said it had to be 60 feet at one moment. This is like a giant, giant wave in the Pacific Ocean.
Did you ever see that video about Trump being illiterate? It's like 500 clips of people handing him documents and then him not reading them.
Asleep in their beds. A very dark evening. The waters claimed at least 135, 140 lives. They're getting that count, but the count that they don't have is how many are still missing. But a lot of lives, a lot of young angels. At the girls' Christian summer camp, known as Camp Mystic, a legendary camp, a camp that people would want to go to from all over the country. People, parents, they come and they would stay with their children. They'd stay in other cabins just to be with their children, but a legendary place. They were there because they loved God, and as we grieve this unthinkable tragedy,
This sounds like a
comfort in
tiny
the
Texas
knowledge that
Epstein
God has
Island.
welcomed those little, beautiful girls into his comforting arms in heaven. And we believe that, have to believe that, and we do. And we lost some wonderful people beyond the little girls. We lost some very brave men and women that tried to save the girls. As our nation,
I don't know what the fuck
mourned
he's
for
talking
every
about.
single life that was swept away.
It's pretty obvious
And
your
we
mom
pray
didn't
for the
send you to
families
church camp. Yeah, I know, because I'm not an
left
idiot.
behind. It's amazing the incredible spirit from those families. I don't know. I don't even know.
It's a feeder camp
How
for
they
his
do it.
pageant business?
Moments
Whose
ago,
pageant
Melania
business?
And I spent a lot of time with them. That's why we're a little late. I think this was a good reason to be late, frankly. And
Campgrounds
we just
built on
gave
a
our warmest
floodplain. Who could have
condolences.
seen
You
that
say to
coming?
yourself, you know, how do you give
No one.
condolences? How do you do
That's
that
the
to
whole
a
point, don't you?
young person that 3 days ago was here, 4 days ago was here, and
Who owns Miss America? Trump
is no
does?
longer here. The search for the missing continues. The people that are doing it are unbelievable people. That you
Is there
couldn't
a
get better
pigeon
people
whale
than
camp?
this anywhere, Christy, right?
No.
Anywhere in the world, you couldn't get.
I feel like the word camp has a negative connotation. There's a club.
Frankly. And I want to thank them. I want to
And
thank
you're not
all of
invited
these
to
great
it
first
because you're not a
responders who
fucking
raced into
pigeon whale
very grave
anymore.
Danger. We have some people that were incredible. The single Coast Guard rescue crew saved an incredible 169 children at Camp Mystic.
I sent my kids to church camp this week. It was $50 for the week. The cost was well worth the 5 minutes. I'd have to set them straight when they got home and talked about Jesus.
I hear some incredible.
I got sent to church things as a child, but I was also, you know,
Gherkin, is he around?
smart enough to go, oh, the things you people are saying are bullshit.
Okay, will you let him know? And John Dunn, the owner of the Hunt store, was a flood. Where are you? Okay, good. We spoke a little while ago, and it sort of.
Is this because you didn't get the
John
Buffalo
was telling
job?
me some stories about that store, and it was just really amazing.
Yes, Mr. President. First, let me correct. Was owner of the Hunt store from 2013 till April of last year, where I actually sold the store to Haley and BB Lehrman, who are excellent operators, and they're on the ground right now in Hunt, leading the effort there together with the fire department, the churches, the schools, what have you. And they're doing a phenomenal job.
Good job.
My role in it is seller
So you talk about store?
the deal. And
You're going to bring it back?
I'm absolutely going to bring it back.
And the
together
walls
with
are up,
Haley
the
and
two
BB.
walls are up, and you're
Look,
going to.
I told my kids I'm in a pickle-themed cult, and one day I hope they echo that to someone. Nice.
Gentleman by the name of Larry Graham put up some incredible walls in 1973. And he's a great engineer, and those walls are...
Money wasn't enough. Minimum of $200K for me to live in Canada. But you could have lived in Canada with your U.S. money. Same thing. Same thing like Ray's.
I think we're going to get it reopened very quickly.
Good.
I think it's important to get it open quickly because once we do, the community can get back.
You didn't think about that, did you?
I think it'll be good.
You
for the
forgot
community.
to
It'll
factor in
accelerate
the FX play.
recovery process. There's a lot that has to be
Not you,
done,
Travis.
but I'm impressed and very pleased with the resources that I think are going to become available through the conversations with Chip Roy, Governor Abbott's office, and others, that we will get it done quickly. Yes, sir.
Thanks, John. Good luck with it. Okay, I'm sure you will. The search for the missing is continuing, as you know, and today I especially want to thank all of these incredible people from the Coast Guard, and you'll give my regards in particular to some of the people we mentioned. Every American should be inspired by what's taken place during this short period of time, and I want to thank Governor Abbott. He's an amazing guy. We come very, very close politically and personally, and we've had a tremendous relationship with Texas. I guess Texas brought us together. We were together fine, but now we're together a lot more, and I want to thank Cecilia, your great wife, who's been our friend for a long time. The job you do is really incredible in so many different ways, including with the border and every different way. Admired by everybody. Secretaries, Christino, Brooke Rollins, Scott Turner, and Administrator Kelly Loeffler, they all wanted to be here. Some of them hopped on the plane with
He's
me.
doing that thing
Senators
where he
John
says people's
Cornyn and Ted
names.
Cruz, you're here among us. And, thank
Like
you
an
very
award
much.
ceremony.
Lieutenant Governor, I see you sitting
At a
there.
natural
I'm not
disaster.
writing your name down, but when I'm here, your name is down, right? He's doing a good job, always did.
Stop
Always
laughing.
did. Also, numerous
God.
members of Congress, including Chip Roy from the district.
Roll
Chip's
call.
District. I had a lot of time last week.
Was that
to spend
fake
with Chip Roy
Melania?
getting
I think
a
so.
Great, big, beautiful bill passed, and who would have thought? And he's not easy, but he's good. Where is he? Where's Chip? Who would have thought this was going to happen? And he called because we had a big ceremony set up, and he said, you know, we have a little bit of a flood here, and I think it's going to be a little bit. I better stay
Can
here.
this
I better
dump?
not come back and go to it. And he wanted
A
to
little
be there.
bit.
He was a part of it, a big part of it.
Well, maybe a
And then
little
he called again,
bit
and he said,
more.
"This
There's
is
support
bad."
at 55, don't
And
forget.
then it got really bad, far beyond your worst, wildest imagination, right? So thank you very much, Chip. I appreciate it. And Brian Babin also is, I don't know if Brian's here.
Delta
But we do
slipped a
have- and
little.
I have to just give some of the names because it's very unusual. Nathaniel
Oh,
Moran.
back up to 62.
Dan Crenshaw.
I really wanted to
All
close
of
where I
these
said it would.
people wanted to be here. Keith Self, Jake Elzey, August Pfluger, Greg Goldman, Ronnie Jackson. Where are you people? Are you here? You're all here? Where's Ronnie Jackson? Ronnie Jackson, what a person.
We're gonna go to
Every one of these people
Virginia.
is so incredible. Randy Weber, Pete Sessions, Tony Gonzalez. Well, we have everybody. Beth Van Dyne. Hi, Beth. Hi, Beth. Roger Williams. Brandon Gill. Hi, Roger.
Marco
Brandon,
Polo?
you're here? Yes. Thanks, Brandon. Doing a good job, Brandon. Michael Cloud. John Carter. And Wesley Hunt. And we have others, but I'm not.
Wesley's what?
We have to get on with it. But I did want to ask Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. He's been.
Was
my
it
friend
Abbott
from the
whose
beginning.
wife
He's
is
been the chairman
divorcing
of all
him for
three of my
biblical
campaigns, and,
reasons? Yes.
all I know is we won by record amounts, so I guess you were a pretty good chairman, right, Dan? And his son is fantastic, too. But
Too
Attorney
bad Mike
General Ken Paxton
couldn't make
comes
it.
around here
We'll
someday.
see. Ha!
Hi, Ken. Hi.
See what I did? See what?
And Director
Wesley,
of the Texas
well,
Department of Public Safety.
you can have that
Freeman
one.
Martin. Freeman, thank you very much. You're doing an amazing job. Texas Chief of Emergency Management, Nim Kidd.
Ding ding.
Thank you very much.
All right, I don't want
you
to.
for
I don't want to
bringing us
listen to
through. Major
Trump
General-
say people's names anymore. It's my weekend. I'm not gonna let him ruin it. So we closed fairly close to where I thought we could close for the day. But down a little bit of weakness into the end of the week, which is unusual over the last couple of weeks, where there has been strength. We still remain above the prior all-time high on ES, so that's support to the downside of some importance at 62.89. So far, we've slipped it twice over the last like day or so. But possibly higher support here. Maybe not. It could get a lower low. The slip of the long-term trend to the downside, that green line there, could be relevant as well. But I would really look for like 62.52, 62.16 as important levels for confirmation of any kind of continuation. Dixie up slightly today. But yields on the back end of the curve rocketing alongside President Trump's doubling down on his attempt to remove Jerome Powell from the Fed due to mixed Fed president speeches on how they are going to handle new tariff announcements of slightly higher tariffs and a possible increase in inflation due to those tariffs into the back half of the year. Correlation looks like it bottomed out on yesterday's close, started turning back up into the end of the day. So a little bit higher day over day. 3-month correlation rising pretty much for the entirety pretty much the entirety of the session. I guess it pulled back a little bit around like midday, but it continued up into close. Might be a little bit of profit taking there going into the weekend, a little bit of closing of longer dated dispersion where there's more risk. Commodities flying pretty high today. Oil up 3%, silver 3.63%. Probably a response to the move up in copper. Remember that most mined silver comes from copper extraction, and gold moving up as well, and alongside the dollar, which is a little unusual. Agricultural materials pretty mixed. Nothing too crazy standing out there. Bond volatility not up yesterday's close, but is very likely to have moved up today. Big moves in the 10, 20, and 30-year yields. 20 and 30, actually the 30 above the 20, which is a little unusual, but the 20 and 30 nearing 5%, and the 10-year pushing back up to 4, like near 4.5, which did let us see a little bit of a turnaround in the demand for that forward yield on volatility. Moved up from 17% where it was over the last 2 days, now up at negative 15%, and leverage on the carry trade rising quite rapidly. Very close to early May, mid-May highs around 8.7x, and leverage on the low end of the trade moving up a tiny bit, not nearly as much though. Skewed continued to increase, which may be more of a bearish sign than it is a bullish one. And breadth continued to narrow. The correlation between VIX, cash VIX, moving down again today. This is the 7th consecutive day in a row with a declining correlation between the two. So still vol shorts coming in, but maybe a little bit less of them. And Fed fund future pricing moving down their rate cut expectations into 2026 and beginning of 2026 and mid 2026 respectively, with the September contract staying fairly flat. So Goolsby kind of moving against the last two Fed speakers and saying that it's very unlikely that we see rates cut. And alongside that big move up in yields at the top end of the curve, we have a massive move in the bear steepener, up 10.46% and back above 50%. So out here on the technical side of things, we're still kind of forming a top. We did get a new all-time high yesterday. That did get rejected, but once again, no failure. So we still really want to see that 6,200 level lost to confirm a failure, and probably the gap filled at like 61.73. Below that, then a continuation to the downside becomes far more likely. Otherwise, this is still very much just consolidation. I will say that the breakout from the bullish consolidation did not move substantially higher than the prior high, and so a loss of that like 6203 consolidation level is kind of a small signal that a larger downside move could occur, and you might want to watch out for that. But otherwise, things remain pretty bullish right around spot where we are now. For 1 day performance, not much. Google, which has been beaten down quite a bit anyway, moved up a bit. Kind of flat across Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple down. A lot of tech services down besides that, but electronic tech doing okay. And then pretty much every other sector down. So not really any, maybe like oil overperformed a little bit, or maybe industrial services did okay. But otherwise, no real indication of any kind of sector shift, just a bit of de-risking. And again, probably into the weekend with no, the EU tariffs were promised, the letter for the EU tariffs was promised today. So far, there's no news of that. We may see that come over the weekend, and that might be a bit of the reason for de-risking here. BTC and ETH aren't commodities. They're imaginary money. Anyway, yeah, that's about it. So thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you all enjoy your weekend, and I will see you Sunday for the member stream. Later.